All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, everybody? Welcome. Friday. Another day. Last day of the week. Supposedly the trial's going to be over next week. We will see. Let me get the chat up on the screen here. Boom. Okay. There's supposed to be multiple hearings happening today, too, so I'm going to have to get the second computer set up. I think there's 3 hearings happening today. I don't know if they're going to be live streamed or not, but I want to be ready in case they do. Good morning.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Everything? All right.
Jim?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. Can we have Dr. Scorti-Ballo, please?
Dr. Shapiro. I gotta go walk the dog, so I'm probably gonna step off here in a second.
Watch your step forward. You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Charlotte, morning. Court, morning. Where's the mustard? Mustard. Early.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Tallali. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Scorti-Ballo, if I could ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted of Mr. O'Keefe, you had received some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included in that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside. Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information, again, depending on the case.
And specifically in this case, in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
Was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened? Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report, I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
Ms. Little?
No objection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a moment? I just want to make sure they're in the
Yes.
right order. May I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish these for the jury?
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these photographs, okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 2853. And doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer that you have there, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this photograph related to the injuries that you were testifying about yesterday.
Yes, so first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C-collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2857. Now, doctor, this is not before you at the current time. It's currently marked as Exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report, posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if any, role will that play as far as your determination, as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2860. Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2865. And Dr. Scortibello, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe in this photograph.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Saying, Dr. Scotti-Bell, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe in this.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And doctor, we get out the lights. Thanks. Now, doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding under the scalp, was that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday about a blunt object's injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head and leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now, that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object's possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other, or is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Liley.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes the pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examination?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the thickness of the skull bone, what, if any, significance, or what, if anything, you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection.
Overruled.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
Have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, doctor, from
Lally.
the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Right, cross-examination?
Good morning, Dr. Spartibello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely.
That's
You
little
testified
understand.
regarding a number
Or-
of injuries that you referred to as blunt
Question.
impact
Question, Alex.
injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you've testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
That's what I was expecting
the
yesterday.
ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws?
Uh-oh.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
Uh-oh.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Correct. At a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm assuming she was talking like with the guy's elbow, with John's elbow, like the theory is from the prosecution that his elbow, I guess, hit the tail light. This is what I was expecting from the other doctor, but I guess it was good to wait for this doctor. But she's kind of not really, I guess she doesn't really know, not confirming either way, either or, I guess. It's like the answer that people give you sometimes when you ask them something, yes and no. Like, what? What the?
You are unmuted.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes,
You observed no significant bruising,
correct,
no fractures,
correct,
and no broken bones.
correct.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2, yes,
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
correct,
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
correct,
no matter how small.
correct,
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that
correct.
right? If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
Sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Lord Almighty. Good morning.
Are these
It's
the facial
Friday.
injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes,
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
the orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
Ooh.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had 1 laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that
Yes.
a little bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that right?
Yes,
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
it's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury, as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay.
And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups.
Evidence in the
Yes.
solo
As pattern abrasions, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear tail light at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I can't. By
Okay.
a smooth, no.
All right, next question.
By a smooth rear tail light, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
Dr. Shapiro.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure.
Mr. and Mrs. Rose says dog scratches 1,000 or million %. Buster says, I think dog. Dog bites y'all.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lilly.
Brandy said, what if she backed into him, left him in the snow, knocked out, and Chloe tried to dig at him in the snow? Some other expert on Court TV tried to say that maybe it was like scavenger animals picking at him. I don't know.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next order?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Kim said, if she's innocent, you owe us dinner. Technically, she's innocent right now, but I know what you mean after the verdict. Yeah. We'll see what happens with Twitter today. Maybe I'll make some posts later. Depends on what happens during the trial today. But last couple of days, I just drop the shit and close it out. Let them go ham. Let them go ham. People pulling up old screenshots too of my tweets and stuff. It's funny that I guess Twitter's gotten to where it's gotten to because Twitter was like whatever to me. I always talk about this. Like I couldn't stand Twitter, and then I started using it and actually like it a lot. And but it was like a dumping ground for me for a lot of time. But now I realized, damn, there's a lot of people watching my shit. Like, god damn. Twitter. Let's see. What do you guys think of so far today? So far, I think the defense is doing good so far with this doctor. As far as bringing up the possibilities and trying to raise doubt. I wonder if it was strategic to leave these people for the end because the prosecution's almost done. I don't know how many more witnesses they have left, but supposedly next week we'll be done with the trial. Well, the trial should be over. At least prosecution and defense should be done. Or the prosecution should be done.
You are unmuted.
Oh, I was going to show you guys something. I guess when they take the next break, I'll show you this. Somebody did mention. Oh, wait. Here it is, yeah. When we get to the next little break, I'll show you this. X. Very good. Yeah, I was surprised the other one had no cross. Yesterday, the other doctor, but I guess they're waiting for that. I think they should have at least challenged. Like, yesterday, I think all they should have said was like, but is it possible this could have been from like blunt force trauma, like a hit, like punching or whatever type of. And she said, yeah, I don't know, possible, then that's it. Close it out with that. I'm surprised they didn't do any crosses with the other
Thank
lady.
you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first. So we'll mark it for identification, and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred.
Oh,
to
Tijo
the
says
exhibit.
Commonwealth will arrest today.
Thank you.
Defense will call
Yes,
Lucky the snowplow
publish.
driver as the
Is
first
it
witness.
All set to be published.
I'm so curious.
appropriately?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this snowplow guy supposed to testify to? Is he gonna say what is he gonna say?
Dr. Scordivello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that
Oh, wow.
one of the
Someone is-
bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose, yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes,
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand,
Correct.
the injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why can't she answer that?
Are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Certified lover boy, certified. What? Fuck him up. All right. Trying to put a little bit of electrical tape back on these old headphones. Why would you bruise if you're already dead? The heart is pumping blood out of the body.
You are unmuted.
Shifting gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was
no footprints.
discovered.
Is that what she
It's
said?
the
No footprints?
front of the house, the area
I didn't think
of
about
the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
But you could argue that maybe the footprints would be filled in with the snow falling. Because if they brought them from the inside of the base, from downstairs of the basement, outside, and left them there, you would think there's footprints. So maybe they could argue the snow falling and fill it in.
You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seemed to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
Anything's possible at this point. we're
And you
closer or
testified
farther.
before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
If I can have one more.
Sure.
Mustard, thank you so much. 20 memberships, holy moly. John DeMarco.
May I see the exhibits that were just marked, Your Honor?
Hey, the prosecution's paying her to pay me. I'm just kidding. patched it up.
Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit
That's
19.
not bad. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Electric tape. I see you pimping.
Dr. Squirty-Bell, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
Do we have just one, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, I saw the Kendrick Lamar performance on YouTube. It was dope. It was dope. He was definitely rubbing it in though. He was loving it.
I'd like to show
Performed
you
the
what's
song
been
like 4
previously
times.
marked as People's Exhibit 648.
Poor Drake.
Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down? Yeah. Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648.
Buster Mama, thank you.
May I
Make sure you
approach
guys,
Yes.
new members, check out the front page of YouTube. There's a members area. There's 2 playlists, 2 members playlists.
2853. Thank you.
And consider resubscribing after. I'd appreciate that. Consider it. Consider it. I gotta update my front page actually.
Dr. Squirty-Bell, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
Yes.
What is that?
That is livor.
Lividity?
Lividity. Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. Lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes. It goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Lally?
Charlie, I DM'd you on Twitter. I'm gonna ask you something.
Dr. Squirty-Bell, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
We're asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct. Yes.
Now, as far as the abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from drag, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts or, as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
No, I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes,
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
could be, yes.
Anything's possible.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also include breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally, sustained.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries, yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and bleeding?
Objection.
Asked and said or something? Or asked and
Ask
answered?
it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing in the brain and the skull.
Thank you. I'm not further.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much.
I mean, it was cool to have the doctor on, but I mean, I don't know. It's either way, like either or. Like she's not saying anything conclusively. She's just saying like all this stuff is possible. That's from what I got from it. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we should do a poll. Yeah, I think I agree. It's a good halfway point. Somebody in the chat earlier said that the
All right, Mr.
prosecution
Lally.
should end today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth rest.
Oh! Oh!
Your Honor, the defense would move the court for,
So I'm going to stop you right there. A short recess.
Okay.
if the court needs one.
I don't need one, but
Oh.
I will see you at sidebar.
Let's do a poll. Okay, so the question is, I'm thinking I should do a poll like this. And this is just for now in the moment. Of course, we have to hear the defense and blah, blah, blah. So we're going to redo the poll. Let's just see where people are sitting at right now. So Karen Reed. Verdict so far. So the first one's going to be guilty murder. Second one is guilty manslaughter. I believe manslaughter's on the table too. Manslaughter. And then the next will be not guilty. Not guilty. Remember that R. Kelly song? I would try to play it, but I think they copyright it. All right, so the poll is up on Facebook. Let me just, since we have a small group on Facebook, 69 people. You guys tell me on Facebook. It's kind of a pain in the ass to do a poll on Facebook. Facebook's just, the way they do their system is like ridiculous. Angie says not guilty. Mike says guilty of manslaughter.
Karen Reed, trial watcher.
All right, they're taking. So by the way, they're taking a break, but I think you want to poll, Kim? I'll make a poll. I think when they come back from this little break, he's gonna move to dismiss the trial, and that's what they all do. That's not anything abnormal. So he's probably gonna be like, we move to this mistrial or whatever, whatever. I don't know. Karen Reed. Let's see. Guilty. Murder. Guilty. Manslaughter. And then not guilty. Give those. And this is just at the moment. You can change your mind later. We're just doing a halfway point check of so far where you're leaning. Even though, of course, we're gonna hear the defense's side, and one of the defense's sayings have been, "Wait for us," Wait for us. All right, how the hell do you do this shit? Okay. Publish poll. Activate poll. Okay. Facebook is like this whole, you got to go on here, go out of there, go on these options. Okay. It should be working. Let me open Facebook just to see, because they don't even show me in the chat. Read. Okay. There we go. It's up now. It's up and working. Okay. You guys should see it on your screen. Okay, so on YouTube, we have 251 votes so far. 250. It's going up. 6% say murder. 35% say manslaughter. And 60% say not guilty. Not guilty. And I think where I'm leaning. I'm leaning towards manslaughter. Oh, you want to post it in the? Can I do that too? I guess I should. I might have to have somebody admin over there, even though the Facebook group is really small. There's no admins there. And I need to promote the group. I don't even know how to find the group myself. Where's the group at? Groups. There you go. I need to be able to pin that group to my top of my Facebook page so people can see it. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, I could do a poll. Let's do a poll in the Facebook group. Karen Reed. Where? Okay. Guilty murder. And then not guilty. Okay. Making a poll for the Facebook group we have. Posts. Okay, I posted it. All right. So that's there too. The poll on Facebook. Okay. So far, 80% say not guilty. 3 or 12% say guilty manslaughter. And then 2% say murder. So a majority of the people are leaning towards not guilty. And I think since the defense hasn't gone yet, maybe the numbers will go higher for not guilty. how to get back to the. Here we go. Let's see, who said this? Okay, Mike said, I believe everyone was so drunk that night that she hit him on accident, slipped on the snow, and banged his head on the curb and died of hypothermia. What do you guys think of the snow? I wonder why I don't think the prosecutions brought that up. Or, I mean, the defense referenced it. Supposedly, Proctor had these pictures of that there was no footsteps in the snow. Just like I said, there is no manslaughter charge. I actually saw that. Let me see. Karen Reed charges. Faces charges of second-degree murder. Then it says manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol and leaving the scene of a personal injury or death. That's from Vanity Fair. Let me check another website. CBS has the same thing 4 days ago. It says... let's see here. Yeah, it says Reed appears for the first time pleading not guilty to manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene. Unless they dropped the charge, but let me see where else. Seven days ago. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. It says Karen Reed was arrested, charged first with manslaughter and later second-degree murder. That's pretty ballsy, too, to go for murder. He was arrested on charges of manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide. That was the timeline. They can't decide on their own? Check here. We need to confirm the charges then. There's multiple articles that I've pulled up that have all of them, but I don't know that at one point did they just move to murder instead of manslaughter? Check this recent article. Some of these articles just said she pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder and other charges. This more recent article didn't say what other charges. Lotus flower. They took a break and a sidebar. The defense, Action Jackson, he didn't want to take a break. He was like, he just wanted to keep going, but Auntie Bev wanted to pause. I'm glad the trial's moving along because we've been here for a while. And somebody in the chat earlier said that the first person will be the snowplow guy. That'll be really interesting to see. Let's see now. The tides will. I mean, there's not many tides to turn, but the tides turn, and the people that are left questioning or on the fence, or even people that feel she's guilty or manslaughter or whatever, maybe things will change. In the Facebook group, I appreciate you, the people there that have been posting. In the Facebook group, a lady named Carla, she said, bear in mind, I'm only on day 9, so I'm a rewatcher, but here's my injuries from a dog that attacked me when I worked at Animal Rescue. I just feel like the photo of John's arm looked like this, but on a larger scale. When a dog bites, it won't let you go. When you try to pull away instinctually, the result is these teeth mark or teeth making tears or lacerations. So let me show you this. I don't think this is too graphic, but you know, that was her bites from a dog bite on her. It looks like her hand, and it does somewhat look similar. And what are you supposed to do if a dog's attacking you? You guys in the chat ever been attacked by a dog? Oh, so Carly says they switched it to murder because she left the scene not once but twice. That's a deliberate act. Damn. If it was me, I would have gambled on the manslaughter. So the manslaughter is not on the table anymore? Wow. They might have messed up with that one. What do you guys think? So is that what happened? They dropped manslaughter? Because if that's the case, you're going to have a whole lot of... The rest of the people probably going to say not guilty then. A messenger way back when? Facebook Messenger? On my personal page or like my Ick and Mail page? Let me ask, yes, this person too. Where's this person? Ick and Mail page. Okay. Oh. Well, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. Okay. Oh. German Shepherd. Yeah, I mean, when you look at that, Chloe's a German Shepherd bite wounds, when you look that up, bro, they're like somebody's arm's almost falling off. It's pretty bad. They should have had somebody to come in and testify, like, from the prosecution, like, but I don't know, then maybe be entertaining something you don't believe. But if you look at German Shepherd bites, bro. I think if a dog, I don't know, what would you do? If a dog would attack me, probably punching it's not going to do anything. Maybe I'd try to gouge its eyes. That'd be my first, I would think. I mean, you say you do it, but you don't know in the moment. But I think I would try to claw my fingers into its fucking eyes and try to pull that shit out until it stopped biting me. Maybe punch it a couple times and then try to gouge them out. Might be a little hard because they probably like shake. Oh, punch their nose. That's what you got to do. Kind of like a shark, right? They say the shark, you can. Is it like you punch the nose or you try to gouge its eyes? Some people have fought off sharks. Maybe peas, yeah. The thing is, what I'm kind of curious about too is how the defense is going to do. When it comes to Cross. Because Action Jackson and David and Eddie, they going hard sometimes, you know. Is Lally going to be able to come in hard or cross out some of these witnesses' testimony or poke holes in the testimony? Is he going to have it in him? Lally. So, which dog? You want me to show the shepherd bites? Or show John's marks? These are so graphic, some of them. Maybe I'll download this one to kind of give an idea. They'll probably demonetize this today, I guess, but I don't really want it to. Well, that's the good thing. I kind of separate the streams too in two pieces, you know. But Mel, if you blow on the dog's nose, they will let go. Oh, really? Even of whatever in their mouth. Trust me. So the dogs that I have, I know I sometimes mess around with them and I blow a little bit at them, and for like they jump, like they almost want to like get at you. Like I don't know what it is with dogs. What does that bother them? They're like kind of like they. Sometimes they jump at me. It's kind of funny, but the secret. Okay, Rescue Reaper.
Mel, if you blow on a dog's nose, they will let go of whatever in their mouth.
Okay.
Trust me.
I don't know, if I should be showing. These things are so bloody. I don't know if I should really be showing it. Chloe, if you go and look up German Shepherd bite, I mean, this stuff is crazy, bro. Let's see. Okay. Damn. Oh my gosh. It's like a movie or something. Okay, here's one that's not so bad. Okay, dog bite. Oh, this just says dog bite. This doesn't say German Shepherd. Dog bite photos. These are German Shepherds, though. I mean, no, Mandy. Is that for real? Mandy said if the dog won't let go, you put a finger in its ass. Lilac, thank you so much for the 26 months. Oh, man. Thank you. Damn, I miss your crazy ass. Thank you so much for all, like, the long-time support. Yeah. They said Chloe was given. Was that Tammy said? What did Tammy say? Tammy said, "I just sent you a FB Messenger dog bite. It looks more like a knife slash." Oh my god! Let me look. I'm so happy that the. Oh my god, Tammy! This is a pic of a dog bite of my son's girlfriend. I thought it was a knife wound, but it was a Rottweiler. Bro, like, it's on the leg, the calf area. There's like I don't even think I can show this, but it's like like an open thing like this. You would think somebody took a machete to this thing, and you see the insides. Like very, very graphic. Lord Almighty. Oh, I haven't seen this. Amber. Jessica. I can post it on Discord. I don't want to show such graphic things like that. I think I don't want any trouble. I mean, you literally see flesh. Like I'm not gonna. Oh, so the things. One of the things, and somebody pointed this out, Frozen on Twitter. I think everybody's kind of noticed this. The facial expressions from Karen, but well, it's not just the facial expression, but it's her like looking at the jury. I guess maybe she's just wondering about their reaction or confirmation. I don't know. Karen looking at the autopsy photos from John's skull, then looks at the jury. John's family members do neither. I'm a little concerned now. People are saying that they dropped the manslaughter and went for murder. That makes me a little nervous.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here.
You are
It's
unmuted.
ragged.
Right, so,
It's
Mr. Jackson,
it's a
yesterday
Oh, they're
you
back.
told me you
Shit.
would like 10 minutes for your argument. I'll hear you now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Action Jackson.
Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury could find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question but that with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count.
Okay.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
I'll submit.
Your Honor, if I may just, we have a written motion for the court to act on pursuant to that argument. May I give questions? And I can copy.
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that.
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
And my apologies for that. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, the one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with the pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Valier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct from the pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching not only to that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA as well as the court heard from Ms. Chart from Voting Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications, as well as the testimony of the children in this case as to the state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that date. There are arguments that continued throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Flamati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal argument stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text string. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all 3 indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. All right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the
Who is it,
jurors in,
Snowplugger?
please.
Let's get it. Oh, let's get it. Sled. You can. There's been a lot of cases with circumstantial that have gotten convictions. All right. The defense, baby. Let's go. Let's get it hot in here. Let's get it hot in here.
He needs some milk.
It's time, shine time. Shine time. That whole thing is not a big deal. He's doing his job. He's doing what he's supposed to. I was sure the judge was going to deny it. It happens. I wonder if there's ever been a trial where the judge is like, you know what? You're right. Dismissed or not guilty. There's got to be one or some of them out there. Shenanigans. It's getting hot, man. It's getting hot. Friday, the defense has started. Prosecution rested their case.
Court, all rise for the jury.
All aboard. Hear ye, hear ye. Katie.
Thank you. This court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Giannetti, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Okay.
It's time. Let's turn up the heat. Oh.
He is. Watch your step on.
All right, all right.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from,
Mr.
sir?
Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic as you can.
Put it in your mouth.
Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian.
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert. Brendan Albert. Kevin Albert. And I believe Kathy Albert's the sister, but I'm not 100% sure of her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes.
Graduated at the same time?
Correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Oh.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
Wow.
So
A
several
lot of history.
years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The water.
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Okay. Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it so we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the...
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides in front of you and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. The visibility is fine. It is extremely, if you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Frankentrunk?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map, if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It would be cool to see the vehicle. Maybe we will. And the lighting and all that stuff too would be kind of dope
Can I
to
have
show
permission
that.
to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screen, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury? That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you? Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Lally.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him? Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay. If we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said you can't see it.
Right. No, I know, but the jury can, so I think it would be helpful for them. All right. So you're coming down Cedar Crest And would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Can I have Exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Walkman, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
Stop.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me. In front of the truck.
I'm sorry?
In front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and, God forbid, any animals.
And
Notice he didn't say God forbid pedestrian, he said God forbid animals.
when you were
joke on the chat.
passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes.
Is that
Love
something you had
animals.
seen previously?
Yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
If we have the previous exhibit put back up with the court's permission.
Sure.
So when John would have been dead, he says he, would have been there on the side. This guy would have been driving by. He says he saw nothing. Nothing.
Okay. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which side?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview, with
easy.
Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay. So you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
All right.
Yes, I do.
Meetings.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45.
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached
3:30.
Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time.
Correct.
And then you come back up.
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that time?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Albert's house,
Where in front of the Albert's house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle the lawn side?
Yes,
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
no,
Lights were still on.
correct.
All right, now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No.
All right, where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process, take a left on Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time.
No.
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you? As you were coming down Fairview toward Cedar Crest.
Not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview. And came back down.
Yeah. How many times did it go on the road?
At that point, I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the...
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Tybar.
Second computer ready to go in case. So this is a snowplow guy. People refer to him as Lucky. And says he didn't see John. The guy, fun fact, Brian Lucky Lawn is colorblind. Is he really colorblind? Somebody in Twitter said he's colorblind. Now, some people have said he has trouble seeing, but then people have argued, well, there's other witnesses that couldn't see as well. I don't know. I'm very curious as to what the prosecution's cross will be. And was approached by someone about what he saw. Who was it, Paul? Sidebar. Yes, sidebar, please. Is he really colorblind? Somebody say he colorblind. On Twitter. The world of Twitter. Carly.
You are unmuted.
Just a couple questions, Mr. Loughran.
Sure.
Let me just the restroom real quick.
At
Hold
any
on, miss.
point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document that's already been marked as Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that, look up whenever you're finished, okay?
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as for a portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
You remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup
That's
truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, and you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking
Yes.
about? Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
But he said his truck has a
And
lot of
so
lights.
when
on.
you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Cliffs, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
Nope. Told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
Nope. Told him it was a Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. The Jeep Cherokee are more square.
it? Now, what color was this SUV that you saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it, or you can't tell at all?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news, so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Lau.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't think Lally's coming across as a bully. He's actually cross-examining him, being pretty decent. What the defense has done, like they've
So I'm
gone
going
for
to
the
ask you to
neck.
read, show you a document. I'm gonna ask you
I don't know if he's going to do it though,
this
but
paragraph,
so far
this
he's been
paragraph, this paragraph
pretty
for
calm.
yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just report them, right? Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
So you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
And about what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
Just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
Oh, shit!
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it, and the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Hey, Larry. Some of the people believe that Proctor changed his statements in the Times. Dr. Shapiro. What's that, Larry?
Okay.
Sir, are you aware that Karen said you might have hit John O'Keefe? You can't bring that up, though. he hit the hoop but didn't see it. But we have to believe he didn't see John. That boy, he has some vision problems. I don't know, as the colorblind thing, I don't know how that could affect him seeing or not seeing as far as like something in the snow. So that was the same night. Was the basketball hoop thing the same night? You were crashing into shit. For wherever you are, I will hear in my moment always go on and on. Damn. You get $240 with your Target card. No, you get $25 when you spend $240. What the hell? Who won't spend $240 at Target? What the? Thanks for the 25, I guess. Gift card. Hail to the now. Well, I'm just wondering about in the snow. I don't think he's just colorblind. I think he has some vision problems too.
You are unmuted.
Nighttime, something off in the snow.
Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. United?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday. When, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes,
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
no,
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
correct.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
You can ask it differently.
You're sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes,
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck a basketball hoop, is that right?
if you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
But you remember everything else except
There's
that
just
one.
question I want to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see one?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No,
you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
no.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly.
What are you
Based on
trying
your
to say?
timeline,
She
were
was
you
never
on
there?
Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes,
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You were on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. With some,
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
it was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when
What I'm asking is, you would testify that you may or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
Correct.
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So, sir, what I'm saying is you testified, your timeline, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
So 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30, then 3 hours later it's 6,
It was
correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, sir, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave earlier?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Lochran, you are all set, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem, guy.
No, we would ask Dr. Marie Russell to join us.
Okay.
Lori. All right, so they got a doctor coming now.
Why'd you step for me?
Oh, it's the ER Doctor, the dog bite. Doctor.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the
He's
truth, the whole truth, and
back.
nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to your retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California, at the Corcoran State Prison.
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I've completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School, from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes,
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
did. Doctor,
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become, at some point, a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others?
Correct.
Meaning other doctors?
Other doctors, yes.
Teaching other doctors?
Yes.
And teaching medical students?
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examined the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
All right. Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could. When when I was available and to do so. And I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training, and that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Well, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriffs, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
But gee, I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive. I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously, the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed. Let's see. I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
Forgot I was muted. Doctor. Oh, I got paid. That was a little earlier than I thought. Amazing! Amazing! Dr. Shapiro. So all this stuff is kind of not really new if you hung out with us that day and we watched the voir dire. But I get why their defense is going through every single thing to accredit her, like in front of the jury, because of course the prosecution is going to poke holes as much as they can, because she's going to say that she believes these are dog bites and scratches or whatever. So, I get it. Lally, what's Lally going to do? Taking a break? Dr. Shapiro. A little louder. Oh, cutting off the fans. AC or whatever. Lally. So the snowplow guy says that at 3 a.m. there was a Ford Edge parked where John O'Keefe's body was discovered. So is there somebody else that killed John O'Keefe? Does Trooper Proctor own Ford Edge? No, just kidding. I don't know about it. He owns a Ford Edge. Trust me, they would have brought that up. But they're saying that this was the best witness in the entire trial, was the snowplow guy. And, yeah. So maybe somebody else did it. Dun, 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 dun. Imagine it was none of the Alberts or none of these people. It was just some random person. Imagine that. Hit and run. Get out of there, skedaddle. They believe Colin owned a Ford Edge. Oh, shit.
Hey, Karen Reed.
So, I don't know, man. It's really hard to say with the jury. So the other thing, too, Tim, what are the charges, man? Is it just murder? Because the websites that I read, it says murder, and then the other one's manslaughter while driving a vehicle, DUI or something like that, and there's something else. And some people were saying no, that the manslaughter got changed to murder. But then when I heard Action Jackson try to get the case thrown, he said there's 3 counts. He didn't say what counts, and so I'm inclined to believe, is it 3 counts then? 3 different charges? Sick of seeing that woman's tummy. Yeah, they say that Ozempic got a lot of side effects, supposedly. Got a lawsuit. 2nd-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of accident. So there's 3 charges from what I've seen. I think that they can get her on the lesser one. I don't know, murder. Maybe, I don't know. If I was... Janet says, after Lucky, game over. Murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene. Okay. And Turtle Boy was saying that once this guy testified, he said that, because he's sitting in the courtroom. I sometimes wonder about the things that people are saying about the jury, because you look at one person to say one thing, and you look at somebody else and they say another thing, and I don't know. Or all could be true, or one could be not true, and I don't know. But at one point, Turtle Boy said that the jury, once he said about the Ford Edge, or whatever they call that shit, that they ferociously were writing in their notes. Ferociously. And a couple times, I thought it was him, or maybe it was somebody else said that, like, the jury was, like, laughing. Like you, the way they describe the jury, you'd seem like they're having an all-out party out there. Like, oh, my God! Like, making all kinds of reactions and stuff. The other thing, too, about Karen Reed and looking at the jury, I don't know if she's just looking just to see what they're thinking. It could be. It could be that she's looking just to see what their reaction is. You know, but I remember when I was a juror for a month on a case, the guy, James Leyritz, he looked at us a few times, but not a lot. But sometimes when he looked at us, I thought it was weird as fuck. I ain't even gonna lie. Because I almost felt like he was seeking our approval, and I thought it was weird as fuck. He would, like, look over and stare into our eyes. A couple of times, I thought it was weird. Snowplow, to save the day. They're probably gonna take him out for drinks. They're probably doing a GoFundMe for him. He probably won't have to work again. Snowplow to save the day. Ocean Dreaming said, I had a German Shepherd. Oh, I had German Shepherds. I said it before. It was a German Shepherd scratch and bites. Google German Shepherd specifically. I looked at some of their bites, and they look ferocious. Ferocious. I just watered the plants yesterday and today. I have a reminder on Alexa, but I keep forgetting. Sometimes she'll tell me and I just don't do it anyway. But I just watered them recently. I kind of slacked a little bit. To me, this one doesn't look like he's doing too well. Kind of like the leaves are kind of. I think he's doing okay, I guess, but they're all doing decent. Arabish says, "I feel like you want to look at the people in charge of your fate, but the thing is, when they're showing like his injuries and his arm, I don't know if they showed the head yet. I think they did. They just didn't show it to us. Instead of her having some kind of reaction, she's looking to the jury to see their reaction. You know, just like, okay, good, yeah, good, yes." All right, let me fix this a little bit. I gotta cancel some of these. You guys are like, should check your bank statement, because there's been times I've signed up to things like these newspapers because they wouldn't let me access it and I needed it for the moment. Houston Chronicle charged me $20. What the? I need to go cancel this shit. Okay. B. Tim, thank you for the 20. That's for the Houston Chronicle. If it was a dog bite, why is there no dog hair, saliva on the clothes? Also, the defense had 2 years, and only at the very last minute they got a dog bite expert. But it was like a Hail Mary. This dog bite expert was a Hail Mary after the trial started, right? I have a feeling they were not prepared for the trial and got this lady last minute. Thanks, Tim. It had pig DNA. I didn't get that either. Yeah, why pig DNA? Maybe they just fed him, or they were just using pig treat to get the dog off of him. Yeah, Ocean. I do. I feel like she admitted it herself on that Dateline interview.
If it was a dog bite, why is there no dog hair, saliva on the cloths? Also, the defense had 2 years and only last minute got a dog bite expert. I have a feeling they were not prepared for trial and got this lady last minute.
And all these Twitter accounts that have like no face or picture, some cartoon figure, some of them are just made last month or within the last few months. Dude, they have the most to say. God almighty. Oh, T-Rev, Backstreet Boys, classic. Is that the real T-Rev, or is that a... Let me check. I don't know, because, you know, with YouTube, I've seen a lot of fake accounts. That might be him. Let's see. Oh, I can't work. I gotta switch accounts. I never wanna hear you say... I'm only finishing this trial out of principle. Next week's the last week. We'll be done. And we will see. ikidmail@gmail.com. Oh, that's a fake T-Rev account. Okay. Just created June 21st, today. Amazing. right, so they took another break. Dr. Shapiro. So we got here. Climate vandals attempt to spray paint Taylor Swift's jet. The other day they spray painted like the headstones.
They're at it again, and this time the target is, of all people, Taylor Swift.
Not
the
Taylor.
climate vandals cut their way in and spray painted private jets at a
Whoa.
London airport where the superstar's plane had just landed. Taylor is performing in London for 3 nights. Turns out these knuckleheads picked the wrong plane. It's not Taylor's. The activists say private jets are a major cause of carbon emissions. The new stunt comes one day after they used the same orange spray
Headstone,
on
huh?
Stonehenge, the 5,000-year-old English historic
Oh my God.
monument. Visitors to the site tried to restrain the
spoiled
two
brat.
protesters, and the stunt has led to worldwide outrage.
When I saw this, I was so angry. I've been to Stonehenge before. It's incredible to see.
It is.
And look at what they're doing.
This is the scene at Stonehenge today. The orange spray has been removed in time for the crowd's marking the longest day of the year. And look at this. The same activists were also behind this stunt in 2022 when they threw tomato soup at the Van Gogh painting Sunflowers at a London art gallery. Security! Now it's Target Taylor.
But they got the wrong jet. Ah, Lord. Climate activist, man. Jerry, we're gonna let you go home early today. Jay Water Road Less Wolf. I'll let the robot read it, and then I'll. Why would the state want to include the dog DNA? Oh, keep taking it up accident.
Better question. Why would the state want to
It
include
is,
dog
yeah.
DNA?
They might as well have just taken the lunch break. Oh, something I wanted to look at real quick. I think I sent it. Mandy sent it to me this morning. And I sent it to myself. Doesn't want to open though. What the? Goodbye!
Mr. Attorney,
We'll take a look at this after.
Mr. Attorney, you're going to be signing.
Wow.
Good after this, I'll report back in session. Please be seated.
Oh, thank you, Mandy. This is from That was a good to see.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
They're trying to get something thrown out, I guess.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report
Yes,
and a neurology report, neuropathology report
yes,
as well from the Commonwealth?
yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm,
Yes.
or his right arm? Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display Exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you based that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the...
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There, on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So sustain. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I can ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes, and in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, when an animal inflicts injuries, the type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, For instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
Lord Almighty. Oh, I didn't know that. No wonder I'm having problems. Okay. Let's try that again. Boom. Bum ba dee dum bum bum ba dum bum. Okay. All right. I was ordering something. All right, all right. I was sent the case. Michael Turney acquitted of stepdaughter's murder. A Maricopa County judge granted a motion of Turney's counsel to acquit the defendant before the jury could even make a verdict. Interesting. July 17, 2023. I was asking if there's been a case where that's happened.
For a copy of your release.
A shocking update today as an Arizona man was acquitted of his stepdaughter's murder.
Alyssa Turney disappeared in 2001 after finishing her junior year at Paradise Valley High School. Her body has never been found, and that's the big reason why Michael Turney is a free man.
Team 12's Rachel Cole shows us how it unfolded in court this morning. Rachel?
Yeah, hey guys, the judge granting the motion for acquittal for Michael, and we were just getting into week 2 of the case where Turney, the stepfather...
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines, does this appear, does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries, or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Yes.
John DeMarco.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
All right, Lally's turn. What can Lally do? What can Lally say? Lally, this is a big one. You got to say something. You got to contest it. Lally. Lallygag. Dog bite. She believes this came from a dog bite.
You are unmuted.
The dog was put to sleep and I never looked at the dog while gathering evidence. The dog's still alive. I don't know if that's what you mean. I heard the dog was given to somebody else.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Thank you for the 5, Jay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now,
The dog was put to sleep and they never looked at the dog while gathering evidence for the
testified
case
that
to
you're
get to Ms.
certified in
Reed.
emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when
You
was the
gotta
last
speak up.
time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA Coroner's Office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes.
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him, was it
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
And you were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some...
I didn't asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about this case, is that right?
Yes.
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes.
You did at the time. What time was this?
In May.
May of 2024?
Yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year. I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this. Is that right?
Yes.
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
No.
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So
She
was
said a year.
that your testimony,
Nevada.
Doctor?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
Oh, that's a year. I guess you're trying to go back to 6 months. I heard
In
her
any
say a
event,
year.
You saw something. That's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustained to that form.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Oh, shit, she gonna buy him back. All right.
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at...
Objection.
Sustained.
Gonna make the appropriate.
Yes.
Alec, come on. Don't stop. Don't stop believing. Lally. Little Woody and the jury will not return to court until July 8th. Yes, you read that right. Next week was only scheduled for 2 days, Monday, Tuesday. They will need those to finish going over these interviews. July 1st and through the 3rd, no jury again. July 1st and maybe into the 2nd will be used to finish up the jail calls. Tuesday, July 2nd or into the 3rd will be in-camera review of Copeland's ex parte matter. Wow. They're taking a vacation. Young Thug, man. Young Thug's hair is growing out during the trial. He's getting older. He's aging. Thug Izzle. Russell said she had a subscription for the Boston Globe for 6 months. I said it was longer. She didn't write any report, and people were saying she said 6 months to a year. I thought I heard a year, but all right. Maybe she said that. I don't know. I don't feel like going back either. I thought she said 12 months. She had like a year subscription. And the voir dire. Oh. She did? I didn't hear that. Jennifer McCabe testified the dog was put down. I thought I heard a bunch of people saying that supposedly they gave the dog away. I don't remember Jen saying that. Did she say that? Jennifer McCabe.
You are unmuted.
Oh, Chloe. Oh, did she? Maybe she did.
Yeah, a moment, John.
I thought they said they rehomed the dog, and we're making kind of fun of the terminology. Rehomed. Basically, got rid of the dog. But she said the dog is in Vermont, and they gave the defense the info where she is. Yeah. The dog's not dead. They said rehomed, and we're kind of like that term, like rehoused or unhoused person.
Now, Doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with...
So I'm going to see you both at Sidebar again.
Come on. Come on. Let's just get through this. I wonder what he's going to bring up. We need Chloe. Somebody take a picture. Or whoever has her, take a picture and post it. We need confirmation. It's already almost lunchtime. Donnie asked me to send these to you. Alright, I just want to be careful. I don't want to just open it. I don't know if Donnie trying to set me up. I don't know what kind of videos these are. What you got here, Donnie?
You are unmuted.
So, ma'am, you're not familiar with that report, specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the representation that that is not a, from the NAS report, that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning of the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report, are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it also, talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
What specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally.
Uh-oh, Lally. Oh,
Let
Lally.
the witness answer.
Whoa,
one
Lally.
question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Okay. Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
Did you skewed population in a study? Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no? Did
Yes.
you skewed population in the study?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, man. That's all.
Okay, so Mr.
shit.
Hold
Lally.
on.
Whoa,
Mr.
Lally,
Johnson.
get
Mr.
turned
Lally,
up.
ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the question.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
Oh, shit.
So from your observations, you looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No.
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
Nothing that identified as a dog bite or scratch.
On his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, over the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
So you saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on the swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory.
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
To the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Well, explain that.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior?
Anterior? That's correct.
And nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm?
That is correct.
And nothing on his legs?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso?
Correct.
Nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but.
Oh.
Okay.
That's all, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
Oh, shit! They got pictures and shit.
So, is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
Judge, help her out with that
Any
one.
other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there? You're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking you is.
All right, so
Uh-oh.
Mr. Lally,
Uh-oh, Lally.
I'm going to let the witness answer.
Go ahead, man.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So is your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before? You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion and in this case?
No.
Oh, shit.
But you did anyway.
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Oh, all right, Jackson. Action, Jackson.
Your Honor, please report.
Go ahead.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jury, please.
I believe the report says that that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. The NAS said, not the bite mark. Doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
Jackson cleaning up nice.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attended to highly trained dog highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Highly trained dog,
Oh, shit.
very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact in your, did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Uh-oh.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes.
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And you
that.
said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes.
Can you finish that answer for us?
Yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So, in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
Interesting. Pig DNA so Proctor bit. Oh hell nah. Come on, man. Interesting testimony from the doc. I don't know, man. I wonder what the jury thinks of all this. Oh, okay. Oh, what? Donnie got a girlfriend? What the hell? Hell, hold on. Okay, I'll when they take a lunch break, I'll verify the video and then I'll play it. Terms. I don't know, man. The pig ear thing was a good thing to bring up. Pig trees, but I would have thought there'd still be some type of dog DNA on there, though. No.
Yeah, you keep asking me the same question, knowing I don't comprehend you when you asking me that. Like, talk to me in a way where I understand.
Oh shit!
Does he have blonde hair in his picture?
Woody.
Is blonde and gold the same?
Do you think blonde and gold are the same?
I wouldn't just ask you that if I thought it.
You are. Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
No, he didn't, Harry, for real. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah. Harry did. I mean, not Harry. Donnie. Donnie did say that. Maybe that's Donnie pretending to be somebody else. Donnie pretending to be Donnie today. Are they done? Doctor's off? Okay.
All right, jurors, we will take our luncheon break.
Court, all rise to the jury.
All aboard. What a day today, man. What a day. Is the defense taking a W? Or an L? Or not this, whatever. Does the jury believe him? Snowplow guy. Ran into a basketball hoop or whatever basketball thing that night. Don't remember what time though, but remembers everything else on that night. All the details, all the times. And
I just want to know who you have this afternoon.
Just Richard, please, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, Richard Green. Is that what they said?
Afternoon.
Just Richard, please, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That's gonna be fire. Make it extreme part 2.
You are muted.
And it was supposed to be a half a day, and they changed it to a whole day today. So we're here for the
Hey there,
entire
Karen
day.
Reed trial.
The whole day, the whole day. Donnie. Donnie boy, Donnie boy. He takes a whiskey drink. He takes some water drink. Donnie boy, Donnie boy, Donnie boy. All right. Let me see what this person sent me. This does not look like no, hold on. Let me go full screen. I don't know what what you sent me.
That shit that bad to have me see. On the street playing Call of Duty. Walk around with an ARP. Pussy nigga think he lit. I'm leaving blood on his teeth. I already know about how I get.
Stop with it.
Blood and no shame, baby. Don't talk to moms and she don't talk to me.
They found Woody on the streets?
That shit that bad to have me see. On the street playing
Oh, I saw Woody sliding in the city on his ATV.
Pussy nigga
Yeah.
think he lit. I'm leaving blood on his teeth.
Oh.
I already know about how I get.
Oh.
I'm leaving
Oh.
blood and no shame. I'm a
Oh, we're chilling. Hey. Living his best life while testifying.
Somebody DM me somebody they want to cut my hair. Whoever it was, they want to cut my hair, come cut it.
Man, Woody living his best life. Woody. Boom, 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 boom. Is it member or members? I don't remember. Boom. All right. Consider becoming a member if you're interested. The join button helps out the channel a lot. Wait, is it working or not? Shouldn't it work? Oh, here it is. All right, yeah. Milestone is probably one of my favorite perks. Every month, you get a members highlighted chat, which shows up just like a super chat, pops up. Everybody gets to see it. Not only that, it also shows how long you've been a member, along with your members badge, loyalty badges, which shows up every time you chat in my live chat or shows up in the comment section of my videos. The longer you're a member, the higher up the rank you climb. And I've had some members be with me for a very long time. Other perks, Discord canceled area, and of course, member only videos. He was in my left titty. Remember that song? Ride or Die. I thought you was with me. Also consider Data Seal, all right? If you're interested, if you've been making comments on Karen Reed and you're worried about the mob coming forward, you got to protect yourself.
Your information.
Oh, shit, it's playing on my speaker.
Data brokers all the time.
Playing on my speaker.
It's easy for anybody to look up your information
The fuck?
using people search website. They can find your whole.
All right, I ran some ads. I appreciate Data Seal. They're pretty dope. We'll watch a little bit of Tickle Tits, McGee. Thank you so much. I don't know, man. If I was a juror, would the doctor be? Well, they got Green too, but they said Green interpreted the information wrong. Let me take a look at this real quick too. Woody.
Echo Hotel, and once again, Echo.
Get back.
Oh shit! What? No, he told her to get back. Yo, the look in his face. Hold on. What the heck? Hold on. We gotta take it back. Oh shit! Lean back. Oh my god, what's wrong with me?
She said if I thought it.
Yankee 164 Echo Hotel, and once again, Echo.
Get back.
Yo, and she backed off like.
All right, well, excuse me.
Sure. I'm sorry. Can you take a break?
Nah, I said excuse me.
Oh, okay.
Yo, excuse me. Okay. Back up.
Little Woody is back. He is back, and it was a mess.
Oh my god.
Do you intend to continue to testify today, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Someone
Hit the thumbs up.
You Shannon Little D?
I thought I told you yesterday.
Okay, but you didn't tell the jury. So is that the same three people?
It's the same.
Again, the same three individuals. Is that a yes for the record?
Yeah.
Now, do you, Shannon, and Demekion have the same relationship today as when you took any of those pictures that we just looked at? Do you know someone by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
Street name.
Diamante or Yak?
I know of them. Like.
Have you ever met them before?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever spent time with them before?
I've been around him.
Okay. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yeah, he's a rapper.
Okay, that's fine. He's a rapper. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I said, yes, he's a rapper. Yeah, he's sitting next to the white man. Okay. When I first meet him or when I first start hanging with him? What's your definition of meet? Where I come from, we hear of people before we meet them, so I don't know what you mean meet. Like, I heard of him. We didn't hang like me, Shannon D did. We done been places like in the club, but we never rode in the car together. I've been in the studio while they was in there recording.
Have you ever communicated with him with FaceTime or any other video chat services?
I wasn't clear.
That wasn't my question. So I'm asking you a different question.
Ask me have I communicated with him on telephone, right?
Have you ever spoken with him on the telephone?
I don't recall having no conversation with him on no phone, none of that. Okay. No, we outside the studio. That one was in Pittsburgh.
You know what street that is? What street in Pittsburgh that is?
I'm from Canterville. I don't know all the streets in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Me, yeah, got it in Liddy. I don't recall the picture.
Okay.
All right. Damn. Lil Woody wildin', man. He said, get back. Oof. Get back. I don't think I've ever seen that done before. Ugh. Disgusting. Get back. And not even that, he started coughing and put his head in the shirt. All right, so we got the green guy coming to testify, and he's the one that's going to go and probably, like the How Long to Die Nicole, he's going to go try to say that was deleted by Jen McCabe. I don't know what else. And so Lally will have quite a bit to, he'll have a better chance of contesting those people, I think. I wonder what the jury's going to say, man. I don't know if they believe it or not. Do they believe? The other thing, too, is I wonder, let's say the jury somebody feels they're guilty, are they afraid to say it? Because you know the history of somebody, like, they're afraid probably they're going to be stalked, outed, harassed. It's funny too how these people are like all of a sudden, oh, he's being mean. Well, yeah, filing to dismiss the judge. Yeah, they need to probably throw that judge out of there. Get the judge out of here. Throw him out. How many defense witnesses? I'm not sure. I know we got the doctor lady. We're getting Green now. I know that we're supposed to get those 2 reconstruction people, I think. I don't know what else. They said they believe 4 days. They said that next week the trial should be done. So, I don't know. Maybe they'll be even faster than 4 days. All right, guys. So I'm going to head out for a little bit. Take a little lunch break. Hang out with the family for a bit. Stepdad acquitted, yeah. It's just in the middle of the trial, right at the...
Mr. Attorney, you're going to be signing for a copy of your release.
Attorney is a free man.
Team 12's Rachel Cole shows us how it unfolded in court this morning. Rachel?
Yeah, hey guys, the judge granting the motion for acquittal for Michael. And we were just getting into week 2 of the case where Turney, the stepfather of Alyssa Turney, was on trial for a second-degree murder charge.
Obviously, it's horrible that there is a young woman who is missing, but it's not Mr. Turney who's responsible.
Alyssa, who was 17 at the time, went missing back in 2000.
I think that's enough.
And police say Michael was the last person to see her. And after an increase in social media presence about the case and her sister's plea for justice, the case finally went to trial. But just hours ago, Michael was acquitted of the charge by way of Rule 20, a motion presented by his attorneys essentially saying there's no evidence linking him to the case or the specific charge in question.
He is happy that the judge saw it his way. He's excited that he'll be able to get out of custody. He is obviously still very concerned about the case and Alyssa and trying to find who actually killed her.
We spoke to a defense attorney about the ruling and what it means moving forward for both the family waiting for justice and the county attorney's office.
And I thought the defense did a really nice job of summing up that this case was really about painting Mr. Turney as a bad father, convict him for murder because he was a bad father. And I think the court agreed that is not going to happen.
Meantime, Rachel Mitchell, along with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, sent 12 News a statement saying in part, I am proud of the hard work by prosecutors and law enforcement on this case. While our office doesn't agree with the judge's ruling today, we respect the decision of the court.
Okay. Trying to see what happened with this.
And through her testimony, there's one other statement that she made. Keep going. Mr. Bowles has told the court, look, it's really common. The doctor.
I don't know. All right, we'll be back in a bit, guys. I'm going to take a little break. See you guys soon. All right. Love you. Bloop, 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 bloop.